Sorry, I know it's a few minutes after 6 o'clock, but we do appreciate all of you coming tonight. This is a packed room. I think this is the first time since everything happened last March we've been here, and so it's pretty exciting to see so many faces. At this time, we're going to begin the meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order. We do have a quorum that's been established, so at this time we need to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Mr. Smith, if you would please lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Before we approve the agenda, I understand that we need to make some amendments.
Madam Chair, I'd like to issue an amendment to the agenda that we add item number 24, and that would be the administering of a 1% supplement to be voted upon.
Okay. Do you want to do all the amendments at one time?
Yes.
Mr. McPherson, you also have a couple?
Yes, ma'am, I do have a couple. Number 7, the policy 6020, is being removed from tonight's agenda. So that's the proposal. And then budget amendments, item number 10 is being moved to consent agenda. So just think of it this way, the consent agenda just moves up to begin at item number 10.
Madam Chair, number 18, we have a date, but since that's a call meeting, and I think we discussed 3 p.m. if that's okay. Not to be another night meeting for you guys in June. Is that okay? Let's do the time there.
Yes. So you're just including that so we'd have the time in
Yeah, I
there?
didn't think I know we discussed it, but I don't think we actually read it right, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if we could, since we're moving number 10, let's just move 8 and 9. We don't,
Okay.
8, 9, 10.
8, 9, 10.
So item number 6 will go straight after that to the consent portion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then, so that number 24 now becomes, I don't know what.
It's
something
days
else.
24.
Just days 24? Oh, okay, all right. All right, any other amendments we need to make for the agenda as presented? All right, do we have a motion to amend the agenda as presented by Mr. Smith and Mr. McPherson?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we amend the agenda as presented.
All right, Ms. Burns has made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Hall is seconding. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. All right. At this time, we can move into the recognition portion of the meeting. It's always a fun part for all of us.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Tonight our recognition start with some very talented artists from Surf City Middle School. If you guys want to start this way. Ms. Burdett, art teacher. Surf City Middle. Still art. She's been helping a lot of students, and we got to hear about this a little bit at the 8th grade ceremony on the field. But we also like to introduce James Russell. James is here, and Julie Clark's not here tonight, right? She is? Okay. Good to be here tonight, but each took home first place state level honors in the Forever Fish Art Contest this year. This event draws in artwork from across the country to determine regional and national winners. James won the 7th to 9th grade division, while Julia took the 4th to 6th grade category. James also won first place for his poem about rainbow trout as well. That's awesome.
This is a competition that's open nationwide to all students and is judged at each state level. And our first place winners go on to be judged for the state, for the national level. And so I told, especially our 6th graders, we have goals. We have goals to get them to the national level, in the next 2 years.
Oh, yes, get them all.
Yeah, okay, cool. Next we have Kaya, is that right? Madeline?
She's
And Jewel Johnson. And Julia Clark, which is not here again. All right, you these young ladies earned first place honors in the North Carolina Federal Junior Duck Stamp Competition. Is that right, Kaya? Kaya and Jewel, that's right. Kaya and Jewel, and Kaya and Julia tied for first in the Group 2 category, which is 3 through 6th grade, while Jewel won the Group 3 category, which is also grades 7 and 9. So congratulations, guys. Can you show us what you got? And finally, we have Vivian Batanis. Don't challenge it. Did I get that one right? She captured the middle school division of the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center's Keep Our Air Clean billboard contest, which means her artwork will be going up on billboards around the state to encourage people to reduce air pollution. Congratulations. You'll see her work really good. You want to come up here with all these little ladies? So this is your last board meeting, am I correct? After how many years? How many years? 3.
Here? Or
Altogether in education? 40 years.
It's easy when you start when you're 5.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
We good?
40 years, you deserve it.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, you guys. Nice job.
All right, next we're moving up in age a little bit. We have Pender early college student Jenna Scarpero. So Jenna received the Raleigh-Durham Post Affiliate Award from the National Center for Women and Information Technology. More than 4,000 students applied for this honor, and she was one of only 42 to earn it this year. As a high school student, the NCWIT will help Jenna find internships, scholarship opportunities, and access to mentorships that will help her future plans. That's awesome. And we also have a staff member that's slightly kind of involved with that. So finally, we have Pender High School teacher Jared Kingston. There he is. So Jared is, first, he was honored by the NCWIT also as the recipient of the Aspirations in Computing Educator Award. This honor highlights a teacher who promotes gender equity in computing. Additionally, Jared was also selected to take part in the Keenan Fellows program this summer. He will intern for 3 weeks with GE Aviation and receive 80 hours of professional development focused on innovative teaching practices and leadership.
At this time, we're going to move this section of the meeting to the public comments. And I do believe we have quite a few guests here tonight who are going to make public comments. Yes, it's probably a good idea if someone going to leave, now would be your chance. I'm going to read a brief statement so that everyone kind of understands the rules and guidelines for how we do this part of the meeting. I would just like to say, and I know that we're being watched right now by a lot of people, that I would encourage everyone to, who's listening in and everything, to stay throughout the rest of the meeting, because before this meeting, we had a committee of the whole, and there were a couple of things that came up. One is already on here to be addressed, and some others might be addressed in the public comment, the comments that we make, board member comments at the end, and our attorney. So just want to put that out there so that people don't get off right away when certain things are discussed and think, oh, I don't need to watch anything else, but you might need to tonight. So at this time, the Pender County Board of Education welcomes comments from our parents, our students, and our community. The open session for public comment is designed for the Board of Ed to listen and respond at a later time, if necessary. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Mr. McPher, who is going to time that? Okay. So I'm going to call your name now, just because I don't want to look silly and disrespectful and not pronounce your last names. I'm going to call your first names, if that's all right, and you should know who you are because you signed the sheet. So if we don't mind, this is how we're going to do it, and we're limiting to 3 minutes, okay? At this time, Jessica, you're first up.
So as a whenever you have 1 minute left, I will do this 1 minute, and then once you run out of time, I'll say time.
Evening, y'all. My name is Jessica Guidi. I currently have the pleasure of serving as PTA president for SeaTech High School. It is a high school that was built from the ground up for the students of New Hanover County Schools and Pender County Schools. It is a school that will produce students that will go into our community and make a difference. They will have a college education or a certificate from Cape Fear to build our community. For the past 3 years, we've had students there from Pender County. I've been notified from parents. They received a letter over the past week or two saying Pender County is now pulling some of those students. Some of them have appealed and approved, and some of them have not appealed and are in the process. I'm asking the question of, where did we fall? Whose fault is this? Is this Pender County for allowing them there for the past 3 years? Is this New Hanover County for allowing them there for the past 3 years? Is this the students who followed the rules and regulations, filled out the applications, applied, picked the education they wanted, and are excited? I can tell you as a parent who's been in New Hanover County schools for, 24 years, this is a school you want your kids at. This is a school I invite you all to come and see what changes these kids as they walk through the door. They are happy to be there. They are excited. They love this school. For you guys to pull them, and I understand there's statutes and all the limitations, but I've been on there since they built it. I was at the first board meeting. I was at the building meeting. I interviewed the principal. This is the school these kids need to be at. I ask you as a board to take the time to listen to these appeals, work with New Hanover County Schools, and find a way to not only let the kids that are there stay, but the kids that applied and look forward to and are happy to be there continue with their education. We do not want to stifle them as they go into high school, as we know how the past year has been for these kids. I ask you to take the time to work with New Hanover County Schools, put all the stuff aside and find a way to make these kids' education be what they chose, they worked for, they went to their parents and they asked for it, and they followed the rules and regulations to do it. I ask you to take the time, work with New Hanover County Schools, work with these parents, consider a way forward, and let these kids continue their education and be proud of being part of this school. Thank you all for your time. You guys have a nice evening.
Second on the list, Elena. I'm sorry, I still messed it up.
My name's Alina Smith, and I'm here because Pender County will not release my 2 children for the upcoming school year to attend SeaTech, a school that was allowed to recruit and enroll Pender County students. My son's 8th grade year, the opportunity presented itself to attend a technical early college. Our 2 choices were Pender Early or SeaTech. Both had representatives come to Pender County schools recruiting children. My son chose SeaTech. In the end, my son, as well as my daughter, applied. We worked with school counselors, even received teacher and principal recommendations from Pender County employees. Both children were accepted, and transfer process was seamless on both counties' parts. After completing their first year at CTEC, we received an email stating a waiver release from Pender County was required in order to continue their enrollment. For clarification, we were never asked for this the year prior. This past year had a traumatic impact on everyone. Mandates created an atmosphere of uncertainty and stress for all kids. I find it absurd that a release would be denied, taking into consideration the events that had unfolded before us due to COVID. Finally, we as parents, teachers, and children see a light at the end of the tunnel, a life of resembling some type of normality. And it is in this moment the county wants to deny children the environment they allowed recruitment into. In our denial letter, we were presented with two alternatives. One, they could apply to Pender Early College, which application period is closed. Or two, enroll in our district high school. My daughter requires 6 credit hours to graduate, and this board would have her to switch schools. My son, who loves CTEC dearly and has been extremely successful in a horrible experimental year with COVID, your suggestion is to have him attend Topsail High School for his sophomore so he can reapply with the hopes of being accepted at Pender Early College to attend his junior and senior year. This is 3 schools in 3 years. Do you hear the absurdity of your alternatives? I am requesting a memorandum of understanding between the counties for the current CTEC students. I will continue as a parent to advocate for my children, and my expectation of this board will remain the same. The current situation they've been placed in is no fault of their own. They were allowed to be recruited, they were allowed a year to succeed, and without the path withholding the path this county paid for them is very wrong. I stand before you pleading a mother's plea. Each of you hold the ability, and collectively you have the authority to make this situation right, with each and every child's best interest at heart. I look forward to hearing from you, and thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. It looks like Larry.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Lawrence Adamitis. I'm a graduate professor. So I speak not only as a concerned parent of 3 girls about CTEC and the lack of a release form, but also as an educator. We have problems in my college department. We work together. Collaborative governance, perhaps any of that. That's what we do. That's what I teach. Here we have 2 counties. Apparently there's some problem because, as the last speaker just said, we had no problem when our oldest applied. She was recruited in Pender County. So I'm really confused why you, just like the last speaker said, you want to take someone who did well in this awful time. She did well in that school. She had a 4.0. She loves it. And then she has 2 twin sisters. They're all 3 of them are really close. They attend Coastal Prep in New Hanover County, which is apparently fine too. They worked really hard this year to follow their big sister. They get accepted. They turn down an interview at Pender Early College because they know that that's important for other kids who maybe live on this side of the county, to give them an opportunity to pursue their education. So now you want them to, according to the letters we got, well, I guess they should just go to another school. They can't go to Pender Early College now. That's cut off for them. So I'm here to, just like the last speaker, advocate that you guys would truly consider that your actions have consequences. The decisions you make aren't just something to maybe save $5 or someone's ego with MOAs. It's actual kids. And the mission of education is to provide that for those kids. Thank you. But they're just great kids. This is what they want to do. They function well in small schools. They do not function well in Topsail. They chose this. We live on that side of the county. It's like 10 minutes from our house instead of 45, 50 minutes to come up here. So I just truly hope you consider this and truly make a decision that's not based on whether it's finances, egos, whatever it is, but on the actual kids and on the purpose of education is to provide them the best education possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I understand I need to move Fro. row. Go right there. Hey, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
Good evening, my name is Fro Clemente. My son Nathan is an 8th grade student at Burgo Middle School. He is in Miss Kavanaugh's class, and Nathan has Down syndrome and is nonverbal. When we received the form for the summer learning program, my wife and I were very happy, knowing that Pender County School was offering additional support to address learning losses and negative impact the pandemic had on the students. We told Nathan he would be going to summer school, and he was really excited. He already bought the drinks and snacks that he loves to bring to school. Unfortunately, the joy was short-lived. We submitted the form only to be told our son cannot attend it. Little did we know that it was not offered to EC students. I would not like to ask for the school board to approve the inclusion of people with disabilities in the summer learning program. I do not even know why I have to ask you for this in the first place, since all the students, they be typical or not, should be included in programs like the summer learning program. There's a budget for this program and teachers who are willing and qualified to teach these kids. Can you tell me if this program was only designed for typical kids? Is the board only focused on the growth and development of typical students? What about the children of disabilities, with disabilities? Did you know that they are also interested in attending such program? So I'm now appealing to your conscience to do what is right for every single person with disability. You are in the school board to do what is right and fair for them. The ESY, or what they call end of summer year, is totally different from the summer learning program. So I think that it should not be included in this discussion. Please afford the same opportunities for all students, maybe typical or not. I'm almost certain that if you were in my shoes, if you have a child like Nathan, you would like for him or her to be provided with the same opportunities like the rest of the students have. What parent does not want the best for his or her child? Nathan cannot speak for himself. I'm here on his behalf, but you are in a position to make this happen for kids like him. It is discriminatory on your part if you only offer this to typical students. Please think what will be best for the entire student body. Nathan loves going to school. His inclusion, like the rest of his classmates, the summer learning program, will surely put a smile on their faces. Nathan learns a lot from Ms. Kavanaugh's class, and I'm sure that this program will be an entirely wonderful experience for everyone involved.
I want to hear him. Yeah, this is important.
We want to hear him.
We want to hear him.
We want to hear him. We want to hear him.
We want to hear him.
That's not how it works.
You're here for us. Don't forget it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Carry
Mr.
on.
Fro.
Please, just, it won't make me any longer. Can you just let me
Mr. Fro,
finish?
please, I'm going to address the question to the chair, okay? Madam Chair, he is over his time. How would the board like to proceed?
Board members?
That's your call.
Sure, call us, Sharon.
Noted, Ms.
I say
Hall.
go, but
Noted, Mr. Hall. Noted.
How much longer is your statement?
what was that noted, did you say?
You know.
No, I actually don't.
I think you just did.
What did I do?
To listening to him.
Don, don't go there.
Excuse me?
Don, leave it.
I didn't hear what you said.
Did you just vote no?
No, I did not vote no, just so you
He
know.
just said it was up to me. He
Okay.
said it was up to me.
So
That's
have your facts straight, okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Just 1 minute, ma'am.
Very hard to hear you here.
real
Can I
quick,
proceed?
real quick.
Okay. I hope that you, as a parent or persons appointed to this office, hold true to your tasks and responsibilities of looking after the welfare of each and every student on your watch. Then you can truly say that I did my best to improve and make a difference in the life of a child especially the ones who need them most. Thank you. I hope the school board opens the program to every student. That should have been done in the first place.
All right. All right. Thank you. Moving right along. Lisa?
If y'all let me preach, I can go through this real quick, but I'm not gonna preach.
I know you.
Most of you know me, my name's Lisa Cavanaugh. I have the blessing of teaching special education. I teach the adaptive children. Nathan is one of my boys. They are the hardest working students anywhere. Different abilities range from mild intellectual disabilities to severe intellectual disabilities. That'll be the last time you hear me say disabilities because it's different abilities. We all have different abilities. Of the 12 students we served this past school year, 8 are readers, 2 are mostly nonverbal, and 2 came to our class for basic reading foundation skills. The 2 nonverbal students use alternate means for communication and reading, sign language and communication boards. All 12 have shown progress in reading skills. One of those students is blind and reads by Braille. The 10 readers are performing better than a lot of the identified students in the sustained support level of restricted environment, which is the next level above where my students are. My students do not qualify for extended school year services. Why? Because there are 3 questions that have to be considered in order to qualify for ESY. Will the student regress? Will the benefits gained be jeopardized during the breaks? Or is the student demonstrating an emerging skill? ESY is not appropriate for my kids. ESY does not provide opportunities for non-disabled peers. Most of my students' parents return forms for the summer learning program, only to be told my students cannot participate. ESY has been thrown around. ESY and SLP summer learning program are not the same. I am willing to go with my students. The instructional assistants feel the same way. I wasn't asked to go. A lot of the other adaptive teachers were not asked as well. Following are a few questions. SLP has been advertised as an opportunity to re-engage for enrichment opportunities for social emotional learning. My students have suffered socially emotionally as well. Hurricanes, flood, pandemic, they need socialization just like the rest. If this is mostly academically focused, then tell me why have the last couple of days the blocks at Cape Fear and these other schools been heavily focused on social emotional learning? Are there not funds? It was estimated that our school should send 30% of our population to summer learning. We didn't even come close to that number. Why can't my students attend? Right now, my assistant and another assistant, they are shadowing 1 student each at Cape Fear. They have to do the reading and the writing because those students are EC students. Why can't my students go with all 3 of their teachers? I'm going to jump down. Is it not discrimination towards not only the students, but also the adaptive teachers not being allowed to work the summer learning program and get the money and the bonus? I don't care about that. I really don't care about the bonus and the money. I care about my kids. And just so we're data-driven, I will tell you, 4 out of 5 adaptive teachers that I myself asked
Ms. Kavanaugh,
were not contacted.
Ms. Kavanaugh, that's time.
Okay, I got one more thing to say.
Ms. Kavanaugh, hold on.
Just one
That
more.
you've got right down here at the bottom. You've given this to us, right? Everything
Right.
you're getting ready to say?
I just want to say this last part right here, be assured, because I think it needs to be said out loud.
The last statement?
Right here, before the last
All
paragraph.
right, go ahead, real quick.
Be assured, this information has not come from my administration. Unnecessary grief has been placed on our administration for fighting for our students. Instead, it comes from your regular education teachers, your parents, your related service providers, and your EC teachers who want to know why. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Josh?
Good
Hey,
evening.
Josh.
My name is Joshua Zilber. I hate speaking in front of people, but I do know that this is fighting for my future. After spending lots of time talking to my school counselor, teachers, parents, faculty, and the faculty at CTEC, I made the decision to apply to Wonderful School. I have spent the last 10 years working extra hard because I have 2 disabilities, dyslexia and dysgraphia. I felt that CTEC would be the right choice for me, and it would help me out. But then, a few weeks ago, we got the declination for Pender County. And then it was one of the saddest days of my life, and I was hoping that you guys would sign the form to release me from Pender County and to CTEC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. You're good. Kristen?
Malcolm X said, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Everyone here today is fighting for the chance to prepare these teenagers for the future. As other people have said, our children were recruited into CTEC, were given options, and my son applied to CTEC and got in. We knew early on that my son had dyslexia, and my husband and I have done everything in our power to make sure he received the best education to overcome his hurdles placed in front of him. We have lived in Pender County since Josh was born and never sent him to a Pender County school. After discussions with many doctors and specialists, we have put him into a private school with one-on-one teaching that was best for him. However, we have always supported the local school systems here. Not only do I feel this decision will hurt my son, I feel it will also hurt Pender County. When we lost our home during Hurricane Florence, we had a choice to walk away or rebuild. And as much as we love Pender County, we decided to stay. However, with some of these choices that are being made after the hurricane, and then that we can't attend a local technology school, people are going to reconsider living in Pender County or decide not to move here at all. This is going to hurt the development and growth of Pender County that we are trying so hard to grow. Not all schools are created equal, or are all children made the same. Everyone learns different, has different dreams and future goals. The differences make this world go round. Not everyone can be doctors or even school teachers. We need a wide variety for our children. CTEC offers different classes, courses, and opportunities that Pender Early College just doesn't offer. This does not make anything wrong with either school, but offers more opportunities to our children. With everything going in the world, we should be working together to better any and all children's future, not fighting to hold them back. It is too late for my child to apply to Pender Early College, and I don't even know if he will get in. Holding him back even 1 year will severely hurt his future. I'm aware of others who have received release letters from Pender County to CTEC and find that it's very discriminatory to sign a release for one child and not another when they equally got in. I ask you to seriously reconsider and allow the children a chance to pursue their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren?
Hello, my name is Lauren Mercer. I am a parent of 2 students in in Pender County, but I am not here on behalf of my own children. Joshua Atoywe, that was just up here, is one of my neighbors, and he is friends with both of my children. They have a significant age gap, but he's inclusive of both of them. I used to work at Isaac Bear Early College High School in New Hanover County, and Joshua has been talking to me for at least 2 years about possibility of going to an early college program. He's been so excited, and when he got into CTEC, he told me about it. He told me how excited about it he was, and a few weeks ago, he came over to hang out with my daughter and informed me that Pender County had put up a block to stop him from going. And I think it's important to reconsider that decision, because Joshua is not only an incredibly talented and intelligent little boy, he's also kind-hearted, and he's something that those programs need. I understand that these are vigorous programs. I was part of the process of choosing those students for Isaac Bear Early College, and Joshua has worked so hard, even given all of the roadblocks that have stood in his way. all the things that he's been through in the last few years. And I think he deserves that, for you to reconsider the decision and allow him to go to C-Tech.
Jacob, is it Thompson? Oh, sorry, sweetie. I tried.
That's good. Alright, so thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm actually a current student at C-Tech, and I reside in New Hanover County for now. My parents are getting a house in Pender. Next year was supposed to be the year that I learned a trade, and I'm very excited about it. My dream is to be a diesel mechanic, graduate C-Tech, and then go in the military. I'm a very hands-on person, enjoy working with various things. I'm of driving age now, was given an old work truck from my aunt and my now deceased husband, Bobby Fowler. I use this truck to commute to school, and with my family relocating, it would be very convenient. When my aunt gave me the truck, it was rotting away in her yard. I brought it back to life with a few of my friends at C-Tech. The point is, I love doing this stuff, and it's what makes me me. It's what drew me into this program, the opportunity to get an education and trade that I already love. In addition to that, I'm also enrolled in the Firefighter Tech Academy, which will allow me to be certified as a firefighter once completed. This is another passion I have. C-Tech has given me hope as a student and the opportunities that I would never have. Prior to my time at C-Tech, I was in public school my entire life. I struggled with being diagnosed with ADHD, and I was stuck in classes that only made my learning worse, and I rarely got help I needed. When I enrolled in C-Tech, I was shocked to find the amount of help that I was given. It was all one-on-one. It was amazing. Because in a small environment, I was able to make actual relationships with my teachers and have real friends. We were like a family. My time at C-Tech, I've also learned many life lessons like gaining self-worth, confidence, and respect towards the students and faculty alike. This school has done so much for me, and it will for many students like myself. The students that wouldn't amount to anything, the ones who get good grades or can't get good grades because of their environments, the ones who have given up. The school is for them, for the community. Do you really want to strip me or any kids like me from the opportunity?
Robert?
Hey, I'm Robert Coach. I'm just going to straight to it because I chose an article to read. The North Carolina Department of Instruction announced in June 2020 that it would be partnering with the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning to meet the SEL needs of students and staff. The DPI has marketed their SEL program by saying it is the process in which children and adults understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and so forth. I'm not going to get through all this, so I'm going to skim read. The version of SEL that NC chose was understanding that the school state who were using questionnaires to peel large amounts of private information out of children, all in the name of tailoring the classroom experience. According to the SEL program literature, the program contains critical race theory, teachings such as avoiding white racial entitlement and dominance, prioritizes developing students and parents' critical social awareness, and cites problems with teachers being white middle-class women. It's tempting to believe that this program could be beneficial in the hands of the right schools, but there's no getting around the data collected is being used possibly by the federal government, and is being kept and is likely much more invasive than parents assume. The surveys are allowing governmental bodies to get kind of look into the lives of families that is unethical, if not altogether illegal and potentially damaging to the families. It's hard to ignore what the schools clearly think they'll accomplish with SEL since when they introduced the program. Michelle, the director of policy, said that she would help shape the society of the schools. Upon digging heavily into the monetary ties between NC schools and the Oak Foundation, which helps pay for at least one district, to fund this program. My question, which I'm not gonna be able to get to all this, my question is, the information flowing straight to a group like the O Foundation, from these kids, would you rather keep the family's information away from those connected to the Communist Chinese Party, which is the Oak Foundation? And I ask you, why is the school board involved with a foreign group with ties to the CCP? And does the Oak Foundation have access to this data after it's collected?
Thank you. Patricia?
I had no idea this meeting was going on tonight. The social learning and disabilities. If y'all haven't heard what Robert just said, we just read how the education department is fooling us with the CRT plan to indoctrinate our children. How many people on this board have spoken to me on the phone? Can you raise your hand? Somebody else is forgetting to raise their hand here. The same person that forgot to raise their hand to me said that the school was indoctrinating our children. And the reason why they're not interested in sending your children to school for special programs is because they have other plans for us. They want you in the high school so they can indoctrinate your children. Look up CRT, investigate it, look at it. You have to know what we're voting for. And these people, obviously, when I'm looking at it, doesn't have a clue. Not a clue about it. Beth, you looked really surprised with the information Robert provided. China Communist Party infiltrating our school system from the state level down. Does anyone, Donna, I think maybe you might know about this. You're the one that said our children are being indoctrinated. You know about it. You told me that personally on the phone.
I haven't talked to you, I don't think.
They knew this. I have a recording. Would you like me to play it?
Of me, yes.
I will play that.
Please do.
So, you got to understand what's going on in our community. We just had an election, a major election, Joe Biden, okay? There's a lot of different things going on in the country. China is trying to take over our education, indoctrinating our children. I'm not asking you to believe me, I'm asking you to research. I'm asking you to research what you approve going on in this county. I love my people, I love my kids. You guys don't have a clue of what you're doing here. So I'm gonna ask each and every one of you, if they don't study, if they don't call their state legislators, if you don't make the phone call and say, hey, my job is in jeopardy because these people want to vote us out. Because that's my intention, is vote every one of you out of office. Because you sit there with a smug, you hear what we got to say, and you've done nothing about it. Not a thing about it. So I want each and every one of you replaced in 2022. We can recall them, or you can start doing your jobs. I'm done.
Let me ask you a question.
Don,
When did you call me? Because I've not talked to you.
the same thing I spoke to Beth.
You haven't talked to me though.
I haven't spoken to you.
No, you have not. I'll be glad to talk to you.
Okay, I'll send you the recording on your personal cell phone.
Really?
Yes, I will.
Please do it now. I'd love to see it.
Oh, I'll send it to you in my good time.
Okay. Because you don't have
But
it.
you're lying to the community. You sit there with a smug, you watch disabled children being rejected from a program, and
We
you
need
know,
to move on,
you
please,
know
ma'am.
why. You need to tell these people why. Tell them why. They deserve an answer.
Deputy.
Said we must lower our voices, thank you.
They deserve answers, not smug
Well,
faces, Mr. Don.
Send me my recording and then I'll talk to you. Because I want to talk to you, okay?
You don't have to listen to these people. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for them.
At this time, I'm going to ask you to refrain from speaking, or I will have the deputies escort you out. That is the way this meeting will be run. Thank you. Bella? Okay. Cheryl?
I promise I'm going easy tonight, y'all. I have to listen to all that. I didn't really have anything planned tonight. I'm asking for my heart. My name's Cheryl Rose. I have two nieces and a very dear friend whose children have autism. So hearing this, and that gentleman speak broke my heart because it is discrimination. We're not supposed to discriminate someone with disabilities. And that broke my heart. And we need to have every opportunity available to our children. We just do. They're our future. Someday we're gonna be really old, older than we are now, and we are kind of getting there. We need them. We need them looking out for us too. As far as the CRT goes, I don't know exactly what's going on with that, with the SLE. I don't know if we sent our teachers for training for it or anything like that, but, I had a few of the questions that I wanted to ask. I'd like to know if you're going to be implementing that in our school district, SLE, CRT. Will you be taking federal money to implement that? And as a follow-up, will our teachers be getting their breaks? I'd like to know. You know, I've stood in front of you guys for what, 8 years now? I've been in circles in this county for 8 years. I've been sent from here to the commissioners, to the county management, to the Builders Association of the proclamation. And 9 times out of 10, I get nowhere. But I will say one thing, I never gave up my fight for people with SUD. And although I didn't get as much as I wanted here, I accomplished my goal because I got a lot done in New Hanover. And this county should be fighting for the same thing. I'm a Christian woman, I don't put my beliefs on nobody. I don't care if you're Muslim, if you're Jewish, I don't care. But my belief is, we need to help the least of these. We need to be reaching those people that are lost and broken. And I won't stop doing it. I'm gonna be up here in a walker screaming, guys. You're gonna be so sick of hearing from me. Don, I know you are.
Well, I'm here to listen.
Guys, we can do better. Each of us could do better. Let me tell you something. When I found out my daughter had substance use disorder, I was in a puddle of goo on the floor in front of my closet just screaming to God.
Ma'am, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay, I just got like a sentence left. I never thought that I would be in this community doing what I'm doing. We each have a purpose. We each have a calling. And it's all about love. Please, let's not cause division in our communities. I have screamed and yelled about loving each other. And if this CRT comes in, that's going to do more damage. I don't want that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it. Before we move on to the regular part of our meeting with information, if there's anyone who'd like to step out at this time, we'll take a quick, okay, thank you. Yes, can we take a 5-minute recess, Mr. McPherson, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll return in 5 minutes. Ken. Okay, at this time, we're moving on to the information section part of our agenda. Oh, we're missing our superintendent. Okay. That might be a problem. There he is.
Are you missing, I know there were a couple, I was on the comment list and
There were 2 pages.
I did, I read all of them.
Rebecca Felix, I signed out there.
Who?
Rebecca Felix.
If you came after time, we had to take it up.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't allow comments after the scheduled time, I'm sorry. But you can email us.
I did.
Okay, all right. All right. Moving on to the information section at this time. Dr. Heel, I'm turning it over to you for COVID-19 school operations update. Is Shirley still?
Shirley, you on the phone?
I'm on the phone.
Thank you.
Hey.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members.
Good evening.
I wanted to provide you with a little bit of COVID update. And granted, we're trying to move away from cases and move on to vaccinations. We updated our information every Monday. And so we currently have roughly 5,500 cases in Pender County have had. 99% of those are recovered. We've had 71 deaths, and we currently have 1 hospitalization. And as far as cases are concerned, looks like whites have 61%, African American 15%, Latino 10%. And then in the male versus male population, looks like we had more females with COVID than we have had males. Since May the 1st until now, 38% of our cases have been under the age of 18. Cases have really fallen off, even though our test positivity rate is still at about 5.3. We really are not putting a lot of importance on that because it's not an indicator because of the disease being widespread in the community. And because we're doing vaccinations and then the number of tests being done, the 5.3% is, we're thinking that it's people who have symptoms are getting tested, and when you've got a low number of tests and then a high percentage of those are positive, then it's definitely going to see your numbers. But anyhow, like I said, we're not putting a lot of stock into that 5.3% positivity rate, but it is still on the state website. I would encourage everyone, though, to remember that we still do have COVID, and we still need to take it seriously. As far as vaccinations are concerned, in Pender County, we have 48% who have 48% of eligible population. If you look at the state website, the percentage is going to be lower, but it takes into account our total 62,000 population, where we're only looking at eligible population in Pender County, and that's your ages 12 and up. 48% have received first dose, 44% have received second dose. We have vaccinated about 200 kids ages 12 to 17. We wish there were more. We are looking at trying to partner with the schools to offer maybe vaccinations at the athletic physicals when they hold those. We feel like parents are not vaccinating kids because kids usually don't get very sick. They're less likely to transmit it. And then, of course, I know there's not been enough research done, but we really need to get our kids vaccinated. We are continuing to conduct case investigation and contact tracing daily. And luckily, all of our outbreaks in long-term care facilities and our correctional facility have been closed, and right now, we do not have any active cases. Any questions?
Board members? Dr. Blumenwright, you have anything to add?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is our latest dashboard. As you can see, we have one person isolated currently this week. So, of course, we've all moved into summer learning. So they're still positive. That's a carryover from a previous isolation. And 2 are currently quarantined due to exposure. 3 are currently quarantined. And as far as then the bottom portion of the dashboard, of course, you can see no symptoms currently reported, no exposures currently reported with this week, right now, 31st week, and then, of course, one still currently isolated. We are keeping the dashboard open, the reporting form open for summer learning because we consider it a continuation of this school year. So that's what we have right now, and of course, this was updated from Alex's weekly update from last week, so, and that is still posted to the board. So, it's good trend numbers, and that's what we want to see.
Any other comments? Anything, Mr. Smith?
That's the health department's recommendation about children being vaccinated. That's not Pender County Schools' recommendation, as a board.
Right. Correct, right, Ms. Steele?
That is correct. That is Pender County stance on vaccination.
All right. I think that's it. Thank you, ma'am. As always, you guys have done a phenomenal job at the health department helping us through this.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Everyone else has left the call.
Next item, the PCS emergency response trailer. Dr. Hill and Mr. LaFawn.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. LaFawn has worked closely together with some of his staff members, and we were able to use a few funds that we had through some of the natural disaster money. And I think we're pretty excited to start offering our own response to some of this instead of waiting up to days and more or less, maybe even a week to get somebody to come with some blowers, some fans, some emergency equipment. This is an attempt to start moving in that direction where we provide our own equipment. The trailer's parked out here out front. If you guys want to see the outside of it, we did put some nice pictures into your packet because you wouldn't have to walk out there at night. But we just thought it was a unique opportunity to showcase that for you and see kind of where we're moving towards to try to, maybe if it's 1 or 2 schools, we can move some air enough that we won't have $8 million worth of mold and damage. Mr. LaFont did an excellent job. You got anything to add about what's going in, what's coming?
Well, we're only, it's about 1/3 stock is where it's gonna be. We're also in the process of ordering a second trailer so that we have 2, one that we can just dispatch to each side of the county. However, with how things are going with getting parts and the folks that make the trailer have said that they have no clue when they can start the build for us for the second one. So we're looking for another, another vendor for that. But it's going to be very good for us just to get our equipment on site in one spot. Nothing that's in the trailer is going to come out of it. It's only going to be used for emergency response. No one's going to go into it and take something out to use on a regular day.
All right. Questions, comments? All right, thank you. Moving on to Innovative Learning Academy update, Dr. Akins, and I think that will carry right on into the remote learning opportunities for the upcoming school year update also, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So one, I wanted to give some good news. We did get our school number. Pender Innovative Learning Academy is now registered as a school and is number 330. We are working with the Office of Alternative Learning to transition from a program to a school. There is an chance that we may actually be presented at the state board meeting in July or August. So as soon as I have more information, I will make sure I share with the board. Enrollment is underway. We have started enrolling and doing the application and interview process for the fully virtual part of our program. We've also already started working with the STAR program pathway, and that was actually, unfortunately, already pretty close to full. So working on that, and we actually met with Coastal Horizon last week to finalize the referral process for our day treatment pathway. We are working on starting with the 13 students that have actually been attending the program on a part-time basis, going all the way back to January when we started on the Wednesdays. So we already have 13 students that we believe will continue on with the day treatment going forward. Mr. LaFawn again deserves lots of kudos. He is actively working on purchasing our 6-room pod to add to it. And if there's any chance it won't be here, we're working on some plan B options for utilizing the space we already have at Cape Fear Middle, Heidi Trask, and talk with a few other principals if we need to try to make sure we're all together until the pod's fully installed and approved. So already we are close to 100 students enrolled in the program. through one of the 3 different pathways that are out there. If there are any questions because of the Innovative Learning Academy, but I wanted to give that update. We're progressing well.
Could you just give like a basic, like 5 minutes or less overview of how this is gonna look? Cause I know people have seen the agenda and saw this was on there, and I'm sure there's lots of questions out there, so just maybe highlight what we're
I'll do my
thinking.
best.
Okay.
So the Pender Innovative Learning Academy is our goal to try to provide a number of different alternative learning pathways for students to graduate. The one that is most well known is the STAR Academy, which has existed for quite a while, but it is only primarily served 9th through 12th and an occasional 8th grader. So one of the first things we want to do is expand access to that because that provides some academic interventions. And it really provides a very small group, very much hands-on, not quite one-on-one, very personal instructional opportunity. It has primarily been used up to this point for students who maybe needed some assistance in finishing the graduation line and provide some credit recovery. We have started the last 3 years under Mrs. Winstead and Dr. Lee, our secondary director, really expanding the number of students that we try to serve through that. And we have seen dramatic success with both our mid-year graduation rates and students graduating at the end. So that's probably the most well-known pathway. 2 years ago, prior to COVID, we had actually started looking at a fully online academy. That was something that really has been around and been talked about long before COVID. We had just dipped our toes into it that August, and then of course in March, we went through a full shutdown. And then we kind of have expanded way beyond where we originally had wanted to go. So we would like to get back to its original purpose in providing for students who need that or that is something that works for them as a fully virtual opportunity in a separate school environment. And then the other pathway that we had really wanted to address was the day treatment pathway to provide very specific mental health therapy to students. That is something really that's been talked about since I first arrived here. It was sort of a need initially, and then with what we've seen with both Florence and then COVID-19, the number of reports we're getting of students suffering, diagnosed mental health concerns, whether it be depression, anxiety, and so forth. We partnered with Coastal Horizon, and they are our primary provider, and what we'd like to do is embed both their instruction with mental health services. To this point, really, what typically happens is the student goes to school during the day, and then they rely on services at night, and those are not always consistent. It might be twice a week. What we want to do is embed the two, so the student actually gets services throughout the entire day, along with their instruction, and they may still receive services at night if necessary. So we wanted to figure out a way to put all these together with the understanding that it's all about getting a student across the finish line for graduation. Obviously, we want our youngest students to be able to return to their base schools and soar and fly. And then if it's just a matter of student needs 2 or 3 credits, but they just need someone to have a direct connection to, we want to make sure they graduate as well. So it's an attempt to put all those sort of different alternative pathways together in one place, in one house.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very excited about it. So it does sort of feed to the next piece. I think a lot of people know that last year in mid-July, the governor announced that school systems would have to both offer in-person and online instruction. We've been sort of waiting to understand whether the state was, where they were going to go with that. As Mr. McPherson mentioned earlier, there are a number of bills that moved around and then sat. There is a bill, it is Senate Bill 654, that originally talked about telling districts you were going to be capped at 10%, you couldn't put any more than that online, and then some other restrictions. That transferred over to the House. The House has significantly rewritten it. There is no longer a cap. Districts may provide online or virtual remote instruction if a parent consents. That's the only language, and that's the closest language we've heard to an indication of where the state may go as far as Plan C. We've heard nothing regarding a mandate, one way or the other. Either we must provide it or we can't provide it. It does say in the current bill that if a school system chooses to do it, there are a list of about 10 things that we would turn into the state. If you kind of want a sense of how long this has been sitting in there, the deadline to turn that into the state was June 1. And the bill is obviously still not even approved, so that kind of gives you a sense of it's been sitting here for a while. One of the things that we, are looking at with the school system and direction from the board is to what degree may we want to offer, if we want to offer a Plan C. A distinction I would make from the Innovative Learning Academy is we really have set that up as a school. So if a student really was interested in that, we have through the application process and the interview process, we talked about you're really transferring or applying to an actual school. That we feel really good about, and we have that in place. The question that we're seeking some guidance is really more along this line of what we might call like a localized Plan C, where a student may still be able to stay connected to their school as we did this past year, but to what degree do we want to sort of offer that? We are very concerned, especially for our youngest students, K2, K3, the staff is concerned about trying to teach reading through online measures. We would much prefer to stay with our own Pender County teachers. We had some people that did absolutely amazing and fantastic things. They created kits. Sometimes they delivered those kits to the houses the week ahead and then used the kit the next week to teach. We had teachers that would have the kits available outside, because we had a lot of families that, for whatever reason, one student might be in person, the other one not, so the parents could come and pick up materials for the virtual student. They were working all day. They had small groups, whole groups throughout the day. So if we were to move forward, we would really, really like to utilize Pender County teachers if at all possible. But there are, a number of questions that are sort of out there. We've had in the past, or this past year, we did allow students who were virtual to still participate in school activities. They were connected to their school, so athletics, after-school clubs. If they were able to get the instruction, we wanted them to still participate. So we certainly would like to see that try to continue. Scale is a concern. The challenge that we went through last year, when we literally had 1 month, the governor's announcement was 1 month before the first day of school. And trying to scale that up to the numbers that we had, where we had obviously points where we well over several thousand of our students online, was extraordinarily challenging. We are concerned about students taking full instruction online, especially in elementary. 6-12, again, we have the virtual academy. That is, I think, a great option. Our high schools really, we were doing virtual before we ever called it that. Our high schools have done a great job trying to offer North Carolina virtual public school for certain courses. Sometimes when we didn't have a teacher, we've been able to utilize that. We've been able to utilize Apex online learning, both for credit recovery and in some occasions for initial credit. We worked hard with Cape Fear Community College to try to offer dual enrollment. I think for our high schools, we have a lot of options. I think the real question that we're wrangling with is K-8, where developmentally our students really still need as much attention as they can. The course offerings are still very skills-based, where you talk about initial math instruction, initial reading instruction. We do know from initial state results and certainly national results that math scores are suffering, because it is so linear in the instruction. You miss any of those stair steps in the math, you can't really recover that. Nationally and across the state, the reading scores we're hearing are dropping, but not to as much a degree, because the skills are somewhat more circular. So I think one of the things that we're wanting to engage with the board about is, to what degree would we at all want to offer kind of a localized Plan C? I don't know if Mr. McPherson's heard, when some of these bills may start rolling. That one actually has been sitting even longer than the one we discussed earlier. The Senate Bill 654 has actually been there since May 4th and has not moved, other than the edits that they made. types of things that we would need to turn in would be things like how many students are we imagining, what kind of platform, what type of courses might they get to take. In truth, actually, the questions are good questions. But I don't know what changes in the deadlines may occur, I don't know the timeline. And obviously, we would probably need to, speak to our parents to some degree. I can say that I've had conversations with just about all the principals at this point, just intuitively. We don't have hard data. Many of our parents are coming back in person. We do have some that have requested the Pender Innovative Learning Academy, and we are addressing those students. But we're not hearing of anything like last spring, obviously, the concerns. Most of my principals are saying it is kind of a less than 1% situation. But I don't have hard numbers to provide. I couldn't tell you it's 33 or anything specific to that area. We are ready to roll with putting some things together. We are certainly ready to roll with trying to engage with our parent community. But we felt like it was important at this point, probably knowing that this bill doesn't seem to be moving, to at least begin a conversation with the board about some possible next steps you'd like to see us go to. I'm sorry, that was a lot, sort of just threw out there.
All right, thoughts, comments, because I'm sure we all have comments and thoughts on this one.
So my only concern has been, where do we get the teacher allotments? And without pulling them out of the brick and mortar.
So, one of the options that was mentioned, and I agree, actually had a principal ask me that this morning about the ADM. We have no desire to pull ADM. Our schools are gonna need as much in-person support as ever. One thing that we have continued to say, and I would ask the board and encourage everyone listening to understand for the Southeast, we aren't dealing with just 2 years. We're dealing with 3. We lost an entire 9 weeks of instruction 3 years ago. We lost an entire 9 weeks of instruction last school year. And this year has been a mishmash of any number of different things. So we're really talking 3 years. The ESSERS money that we talked about earlier certainly is available. That is something that we can go back to DPI and make adjustments. The question again would be, I guess, scalability. How large would we want to go? As mentioned, that money does run out. So it would be an understanding that it may be a limited transition. And that is actually something the staff has talked about. That one approach could be that this is a transition from where we were to the future when maybe, unless you are truly interested in the virtual experience, this could be something that we could avail parents to for a limited time, 1 to 2 to 3 years. So that is something that we could certainly rewrite the grants for. The number of positions we would want to dedicate would be the next question, but there's certainly federal funds available to support that transition without pulling from anyone. And it is one of the reasons that we put the Pender Innovative Learning Academy initially in those grants, was to not start off right away by pulling ADM from our schools. Oh, that answers your question, Mr. Judge. Yeah. It is an option, we have that available, and it is one of the things that's an allowable expense, so I wouldn't anticipate the state having any.
I think also, until we do a survey, we're not gonna really know, not just a survey for families, but also for staff who would be interested in doing that. I know quite a few staff members have reached out to me and said, don't even think about it for me. I did it, but it wasn't my favorite thing. I missed the face-to-face, being right there with my kids. And then I have a couple of others who are ready to jump on it. They did a great job with it. They owned it. I think the mindset would also have to be for our community and our staffs to understand, just because you're a teacher at CF Pope, that doesn't mean if you do virtual that you would only do virtual with those children. You might not have that many children who want to do it at that school, but then you might have at North Topsail, you have quite a few students who would want to do that. If you're a teacher, you're a teacher, you're a teacher. If you're an instructional leader, you're an instructional leader, you're an instructional leader. So I don't think it would matter what students, they're gonna be yours, and they would have to own it.
I'm really glad you made that point. That is, I mean, based on the numbers that we're hearing, I would certainly not be my forecast. There's no one school that would totally fulfill a classroom. Based on what the principals are telling me, it is really possibly a handful as you scatter. I think a great visual I know Dr. Hill in the past has shared that visual with the dots, the red dots when we talk about a charter school. And that's kind of what I would expect. It might be a student here, a student here, a student here. I think it would have to be kind of understood that if you were interested in this, you would likely be teaching students from across the school system. I really wouldn't expect that we would have enough from any one grade level. And the other possibilities, it might be multiple grades. Just not knowing how many students would be interested, what the grade configurations would be. I do know that Dr. B has shared that as of currently, at least for K-3, the state's expectation is if we offer anything online, it would still have to follow the same class size rules. Of course. So that's another sort of one of those unknowns, how, where do the students fall? We're prepared to offer certainly a K-8, which I think we're most concerned about, but I will tell you the staff is very concerned about K-3.
And Pender Lee is starting in July, and we have to take that in consideration. If we're going to at least put it out there, my suggestion is that we do it pretty quickly, at least to see from the Pender Lee standpoint who would be interested and how we would make that work. I would hate for them to miss out if this is a viable option for them. Another question some people sitting out here and people listening in would probably have is, how many districts throughout the state are embracing this? And there's actually more that I've heard about lately than I thought. Is that correct?
Well, it's funny that you say it that way. Ms. Chestnut and I were looking at the wording when we got our letter from the state approving our school number for the Pender Innovative Learning Academy. The comment is that normally we would give you a principal, however, so many school systems are applying for new schools, we're not able to commit at this time. That matches with what we're hearing with a number of school systems that are either trying to create brand new schools, which we've already started, or they are trying to address creating temporary virtual academies and trying to assign a principal to it. So I read it, both things seem to be indicating that there are a number. There are places that apparently are discussing not doing it, and then there are other districts that have already said they're gonna do it. So it seems to run the gamut. There seem to be way more that are at least trying to offer something virtual, scalability being different. Onslow, for example, already had an academy, and so which is where we had just started. And I think that's the other thing that systems are wrangling with a little bit is, do you want to create a totally separate learning environment, a whole separate school, or do you want to create kind of that local C where you still stay connected to your school, you still do things with your school, but you're virtual. I think we've got one that we're really building well, and I feel very confident and I'm excited about. The other one is sort of an open-ended question. How do we kind of want to go there? I agree without knowing the number of parents who are truly interested. It's hard to know what the scalability situation is and how many positions we need to ask for. We are recommending, our suggestion would be to keep it limited. The experiences that our staff went through last year, I really do not want to have any teachers teaching both. Trying to do it in person and remote. I don't think that's something we would want to do again. Pender Early College, we would strongly recommend not be an option based on the courses it teaches and the connection it has with K through community college. Really good. The times we tried that last year created a lot of confusion, and I don't know that it's that for that particular program. And I think the other thing that we would need to talk about is the level of commitment, our schools went through. Because every time the governor or the state kept changing it, we were obligated to ask our parents, what would you like? But it really created a rolling situation with enrollment. As we moved from virtual to in-person and back, I think one thing we would like to talk about is, if we were to do this, is it a semester commitment, a year-long commitment? One thing I wouldn't want to do again is ask our teachers to deal with, on Monday I have this many, and then the next Monday I have this many students, and the next Monday we're redoing classes again. So I really want to try to provide our schools as much stability as feasibly could.
Thoughts?
ESSER's funding. So I'm assuming that if we did this, we would be using ESSER's funding to do this.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's the probably the way to go, just understanding it runs out.
Gotcha. Okay, so would it be plausible then to use ESSER's funding to grow Pender Virtual Academy? Would that be,
That's actually already in
Legal?
place.
I mean-
It is, it's already been approved. That is exactly what we did for Pender Innovative Learning Academy.
so rather than having something separate, we could just take the ESSER's funding and we can make Pender Virtual Academy grow?
Yes, ma'am, I think the difference would be, I would wanna watch the numbers, the staff that we have looked at for Pender, Innovative. We really talked about going up to possibly 150, at very most 200, just based on how many people we have to keep an eye on all the students.
Okay.
If we were to blow past that, and I don't know if we would, but if that was something that would happen, we would definitely need to reassess the amount of staff that we already have at Pender Innovative Learning Academy. I think the other question that goes along with that is the student wanting to truly connect to a new school separate from North Topsail being mentioned? Or is the desire that we allow students to still be connected to North Topsail in some way? In which case now we're talking like that local seesaw situation.
But again, we're going back to asking teachers to teach both virtually and in person.
Well, I actually
If
never
that
looked
were
at
the case,
Mr. George's question, where if the student stays connected, I mean that more in terms of ADM and being able to participate, say, in athletics or extracurricular events. Pender Innovative, much like Pender Early College, we've been setting up as a truly separate school. Obviously, students may transfer out, but we sort of built it as, for whatever reason, that works for you as a family, as a student. But we know that we had a lot of students last year through Plan C that played sports, that still did some of their extracurriculars at the school. That's one of those sort of, it seems small, but always plays for how a parent might answer a survey.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, that's a very good question.
So what's the feel of the board? What's our next, this is not something we have to vote on, correct? Brendan, we just don't, try to give guidance on what, so what's everyone thinking? What should we do?
I'd like to get a survey and see how many's interested.
Like ASAP?
With the permission, with some of the information we put together, we could probably develop that very quickly. I would love for the board to have a chance to see it. I do think that in surveying our parents, we probably need to give them at least some idea of a framework. I'd like to share that before it gets sent out with the board. I would be concerned in just asking the parent, are you interested? Knowing the number of questions that would generate just even for my own stuff. So if you're good, if the board is okay with it, I'd like to come on that ASAP and get a draft in your hands, obviously before the week is over. And then talk with Mr. Riley and others, and with you, Ryan, to discuss that out. Yes, ma'am.
One caveat I want to mention is, in the event a bill passes that limits the number of students who can participate in virtual learning, just be aware, I don't think you're gonna get close to the proposed percentages, anywhere close based on the numbers I've heard. I can in good conscience at least mention that to you and say, just know that if a bill passes that limits your percentage, that's a full disclosure thing. But right now, it's not an issue because there's literally no.
And they have, the current edition removes all that, and instead puts in a commission that they will direct DPI to create the study for the future.
Well, the quicker we can get moving on this, and if this is something we decide to keep going with, I'm just concerned about Penderley. That's my only concern, what's ticking down.
I will have that draft to you before the week's out, and I'll start rolling.
Everybody else okay with that? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next item, fingerprint and information for pre-employment.
Dr. Moore is, looking a little different tonight. You notice,
Yes.
she's out this week with a family situation. Dr. Boonwright's gracious enough to try to pick up.
I cannot speak as well as Dr. Moore regarding this. So, what you have coming around is just a piece of information that I acquired late in the afternoon. And of course, what you have in your packet deals specifically with fingerprinting info for pre-employment. With the first two components from the State Board of Investigation, it just talks about how to request access to criminal history record for the statutory authority. And then the next component that's in the packet is from a company called Adenia. And that basically is a quote for 2 different tiers of our hardware and software process to be able to do the live scan fingerprinting. And the low-end hardware solution comes to a total of $8,179, not including the options, but that is with the hardware and the yearly maintenance. And the second tier option above that comes to a total of $10,219. And again, that goes with a yearly maintenance fee, and that does not include upgrades to the hardware equipment. A couple things to be aware of, and that would be the sheet that was just passed. We were looking to try to get a representative of Pender County Sheriff's Office. Right now, they're kind of wanting to know where you guys want to go as far as a board with a plan, and then they can have somebody come here and speak to you specifically about that. What they will do is they do fingerprinting only. They do not do any background checks specific to that. There's a $10 fee, and it's the clerk of the court's office that performs the background checks, and it is for Pender County only currently. To go beyond that, you would need to do something through the SBI, and so Pender County Schools would have to go outside of Pender County Sheriff's Office for the full background checks. Candidates or prospective employees would need to pick up the cost of that. And so it's going to be much more expensive than what we're currently being charged with the current background check company. And the cost currently, however, is unknown because it will depend where you go, the depth of the process, how far back you're checking, location of the offices, but it's definitely going to be more expensive than our current process. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to forward them to Dr. Moore.
Any questions, thoughts?
I'm the one that brought this up at the meeting about the background checks. And the reason I brought it up is I'm not wanting us to go and spend $10,000 or $8,000 or how much dollars on buying equipment when there's already sheriff department and other agencies that have this equipment, and there's no reason for us to duplicate. My thing is I just wanted to make sure that those that we have employed that are coming into the system, that we do have full confidence when they're in the classroom, that the safety of our children is paramount. And I think that a state back or SBI is what, $50?
Is it 50? I don't know either.
I can find that out for you
Maybe, I'm not sure.
and get that information.
Mr. McPherson, you don't know that off the top of your head?
Trying to get a call. I'm looking. I didn't see a number.
It wasn't in our proposal.
Yeah,
Not for
I
this
don't
one.
see a number, Madam Chair. That's one of the reasons
Tonight, we're just bringing you the information,
Right.
just to see where we're at, looking. I mean, you get an idea what equipment costs, you get an idea of some things we've got to consider, ongoing costs, things like that. So we'll keep working on it and try to figure out what our options are. Hopefully, maybe next month, we might have enough to vote on. See where it's at. At least we can answer all your questions. So just drop me an email.
follow up to them. So, get the cost of the SBI background check. I see that as something you guys are interested in. Got it.
Okay, thank you. All right. You're not done.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hate to break it to you.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, what you have in front of you in the packet, of course, is just a small piece of information regarding board management software that we are currently looking at. I know that sometimes going through a 300-plus packet is arduous, on a good day and trying to find exactly what you're looking at and step away from it and trying to get back to it can be a little bit difficult. So we're looking at 4 pieces of software, and Craig was kind enough to put together a kind of a very complete and very snazzy kind of table of contents and piece of information for all of you. And of course, we're looking at really 4 main components to it. We're looking at its usability and how easy it is to use. We are looking at the interface because sometimes, if you don't like what you're working with, you're really not going to want to work with it. We are looking at functionality and the types of things that software can do, and of course, cost is always a consideration. And I have personal experience with e-boards. It's not the most user-friendly. It is a powerful piece of web-based software, but it's not user-friendly. That's just my experience with one piece of software. We are looking at one that we are going to probably do a quick and dirty free trial with for an upcoming board meeting and see if it works for all of you. It's very simple. It's a very clean interface. And I think I'd probably like it more than Chuck and Craig. But we've got an opportunity just to kind of test drive something and see how it works. But we'll see.
Which one is that?
And that would be the board. Let's see, which one would that be? Just a second. That would be the least expensive one, Board Pro. And Ms. McPherson, I might even include you on it, so you can kind of like access everything because you have to go over my stuff anyway.
Happy.
But it's a very clean interface, so just want to apprise all of you that we are looking at a number of different options, and of course you can see the cost attached to them.
This is right in their wheelhouse if you have questions, because that's what their department does, is evaluate software and things like that, so that we make sure that we don't bring anything to the system that doesn't talk to everything else in the system. We waste a lot of money having two pieces of programs that do not speak to each other or integrate.
Anything's gotta be better than what we're doing now. So I really go back to the paper book, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's a lot easier to flip pages than it is to try to find page 99 and 342 of a PDF file.
Does any of these, like how we're sitting here looking at our agenda and having to go through, and like Brad said, 500 pages on here. Is there anywhere on there that might have like a search bar option? So
Yes.
like if you're talking about
Absolutely.
that disaster relief trailer, we could just type in disaster relief trailer and it would pull up everywhere in the documents that said that?
Absolutely. In fact, the one that we're looking at to try to test drive has basically a table of contents on the left side. And everything is slotted according to information, consent, and action agenda. And it's PDF, and the PDF is slid right in there. So at any particular time, you don't even need to really go through the search bar. You can if you like, but you don't have to. You can just click on it. It works like a table of contents in Adobe Acrobat. It's the same kind of thing. But it's much more user-friendly, in fact, than Adobe Acrobat. It will allow Alex to, of course, take board votes for action and consent agenda items, take minutes. We'll be able to share information across the board. We can allow cabinet members to have access to throw things in there rather than send them to me, have to go through, and then Brandon have to go through. So we can do things with the software that we've not been able to do. It might not only be a time saver, but it'll also make it much easier for all of you to find exactly what you want when you need it, to be able to go back to it, things like that.
Do we look and see what the commissioners, what they're using?
I asked Craig to look at that. I'm forgetting the name of that particular piece of software, but they looked at it and it wasn't really what we were looking for, specific to what we wanted to do. But we can throw that into the mix if you like.
I didn't know if you could buy a license from them, because I like theirs. You click on the link and it takes you to that. Their video, when it's recorded the next day, it's uploaded and you can click it to that part of the meeting minutes or whatever you want to call it, and it takes you to that part of the video that was discussed at.
Let me take a look at that again and kind of put that in the hopper and see. And
I didn't know if we could maybe buddy with them and get a discount.
If we can, that would be good, absolutely. I can get back to you on that.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, looks like that's it since we amended the agenda. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Board members, after having had time to look over the consent agenda, do we have a motion that can be made to approve consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Ms. Burns has made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. George is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? At this time, we're moving on to the action agenda. Looks like legal services RFP is first.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, you have one of these last month, and I put another one in your packet today, just in case you didn't want to put it around with you again. I think from the discussion that, if you have with the packet, any questions you have, obviously, Mr. Spears can answer from the packet. This is the only proposal we received for legal services. I think it narrows it down to the conversation. I think page 8, if you're more concerned about the cost and the different levels of services, pretty much narrows it down to a table for you. Additionally, I put in your packet the previous retainer, and so you could look back and do a comparison. Very short, one page, easy to read, I understand. So those are your two, page 8 and the proposal, and the previous retainer is right there behind it, so you can do a comparison if you want to look at numbers.
So I will make it even easier than that. Dr. Hill, if you will turn to the last page of the proposal, it's a nice little awesome chart.
Oh, yes.
And I refer to this as the Chinese menu.
All right. Any questions or concerns? Thoughts? And just to reiterate, Dr. Hill, this is the only RFP that we received for legal services, correct?
I'm not Dr. Hill, but.
Yes, Ms. Chesney.
I'm not Dr. Hill, but that's true.
And we did advertise this RFP.
In Raleigh paper, Wilmington paper, on the websites.
Yes. I just want to make sure everyone was clear on that.
So question, do we have to pick one of these A through G options?
Currently present.
That's what I just want to make.
Yeah, that's currently.
Here now, I think. Or it's near 25.
Chinese menu, there's some piece of that you don't particularly, we can always talk about it, but that's the way it's currently packaged. Because I'm one of 5 partners, I don't necessarily feel like have the ability to come here, like I've got some latitudes, but I don't.
Right.
Too much, does that make sense?
Right, yeah. So, let me ask you a question about,
Yeah.
currently, we're under F.
Yes.
The general public wants to know what F is. A retainer amount of $2,500 per month. That covers all of our board meetings. They charge for additional workshops of $3,000 each, of half-day workshops, and they bill us at an hourly rate for board policies. And there is an hourly rate for all other categories of $190.
So that's the proposal, you currently have a rate of 180.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
But everything else is
Yeah, that's exactly.
for the most
right.
part.
I just wanted to point that out.
So right now, we send all of our policies to you to be reviewed before we, so we're being billed at an hourly rate.
That's right.
So for $2,000 or $2,500 more, we can get that service included without it. Knowing how many policies we go through every year, I'm sure we would make that difference up in a month. And it also reduces the hourly rate for all other categories, back to $180 per hour. Well, I didn't look through here, oh, no, it's right here at the bottom. So the paralegal services are different than $180. These are attorneys' hourly rate. Paralegal hourly rate is $95 per hour. I remember last time, the paralegals do quite a bit of the upfront work, correct?
So, and, specifically in the special ed realm, they help us out quite a bit. The other thing is, you know, the policy alone is a good reason to go with IMG, because ultimately it saves you money.
Right. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, but I'd also like to preface it with, this is a yearly contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so we can monitor this and compare it to what we've done this year to see if we're actually saving by going to G. I would like to make a motion to accept the proposal with Swartz and Shaw with G is, item G, I guess you call it, the proposal.
Now, Mr. Jordan, one thing I want to say, what your past agreements have been for 2 years, is that the intent?
Yeah, it's the same as we've always.
Okay.
Is that- I'm
Just
sorry.
wanted to make sure, yes.
It is.
It's not an annual.
If that's okay with everybody else. But if we can track it for a year, we'll at least know if we're, I'm pretty sure we'll make the difference up in that policy and hopefully save money.
I think so.
All right. Mr. Smith, you have any comments before he goes with the motion?
I would say that the reason why legal fees have been so high lately is because, of course, with the hurricane that we had, and then also with the COVID and all the new government agency stuff we're having to deal with, and very few law firms are able actually to do educational law. And so, for everyone I've talked to in the state, we actually have very best legal team involved in the state. So, I'm pleased to make that second if able.
Okay, so Mr. George has made the motion. Looks like Mr. Smith is making the second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so moved. Thank you. Next item, insurance coverage, Ms. Chestnut?
Okay. Can I sit here so I can look at this again,
Yes,
please? Okay, I just want to make sure of one thing about this. Surrey Insurance is the only insurance company that actually gave us a complete answer to the RFP. In the past, typically, most of our insurance has been with them, but you'd have had your G&L and E&O with North Carolina school boards. So technically, I just want to make sure whatever we do here, that I am under the right understanding. If we vote to go with Surrey, that the G&L and E&O is also going with Surrey. You know, the folks from Surrey talked to you about claim-based and something-based, all that. I don't understand all that stuff. Brandon, you understand it? I just want to make sure we're clear about what we're doing. That's just all I'm saying. And just so you know, the total insurance bill adds up, and that's for all the insurances, to $399,677.55.
Say that number again.
It's $399,677.55. That's, you know, E&O, G&L, workers' comp's the biggest part. It's right at $170,000. I mean, that's a lot.
So, I mean, just for clarification, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Errors and admissions we currently have with the North Carolina School Board Trust.
That's correct.
That covers us, it really, it covers us sometimes.
Right.
It, but they don't pay out unless, with the insurance, our governmental immunity starts at the end of our limits for insurance coverage, right?
That's correct.
So we don't lose a governmental immunity, but a person has a chance to sue us in insurance. If it's a valid claim, they would get something out of it.
That's correct. And I'll say one of the benefits to insurance versus the trust. So the trust is an insurance, right? You guys have heard me say that more times. They only act upon litigation. Insurance companies want to prevent litigation as a general rule because it's expensive, and so they'll engage what is known as pre-litigation settlements. in order to save themselves money and themselves fees and having to pay an attorney to settle the claim. It's just like an automobile situation. If you get in a car accident, typically those car accidents never get to the courtroom, just because, as a general rule, nobody wants to get to the courtroom because they're expensive, they want to sell them before they get there. Same thing with your claims here.
Can you refresh our memory on claims made and claims, what was the other phrase you used?
Something about date, claims made and date happened or something.
Yeah, so if there is a claim made against you that, is from the past, that you were not aware of, that is covered by your new insurance coverage, once they're your insurer. So currently, it's the trust, when you select Surrey, assuming that's what you do, once they take over on July 1, that's right, as far as the date. If somebody files a claim that you guys have no clue about, that claim gets owned by Surrey. If you knew about the claim, it gets handled by the insurance company that knew about it at the time.
Coverage.
Does that make sense as far as the deal?
I just want to make sure we're clear.
Clarification, who has to know about the claim, at what level?
So the general rule is if you have supervisory authority, meaning principals are higher, generally. Now, that's a dumbed down version of that answer, Doctor. It's facts and circumstances. But generally speaking, it's a supervisory, somebody who has the authority to investigate and figure out an action. So principals are higher typically than individuals who can potentially incur liability and notice of a claim.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we change to Surrey and say something comes up that happened in January of this past year and we were with the school board's trust, are they obligated to cover it because we had insurance with them?
Yes, so if you knew about it.
If you knew about it?
If you knew about the claim, yes.
Okay, so what happens if you didn't? Maybe you just answered that, but I just want to make sure I understand. So if you didn't know about it, it happened in January, you found out in July, so then Surrey?
Yes.
Okay.
And so here's a perfect example, slip and fall. Slip and fall cases typically run through insurance companies pretty darn quick. Not necessarily all insurance companies or all trust, but the concept being that there's this, limited pool of funds that are allowed to cover those sorts of, what I would consider a minor injury inside of a building. So if you didn't know about a slip and fall, but you find out in July about that slip and fall gets covered by Surrey because you had no clue about it.
Okay.
But if you knew about it in January,
Then
the trust covered it. I think that's the commonsensical way to look at it.
So, also, going with the insurance company has potential of saving us money in attorney fees, right?
That is
So
absolutely.
you could cut some of your payout.
Absolutely, because what, no, you're absolutely, no.
I mean, that's what.
No, you're,
Fight litigation yourself and within house.
they do it within house, they try to sell it before it gets to an attorney, and maybe not even us, maybe they go to, for example, if there's an automobile accident, I would prefer if you guys not use me, because that's not what I do all day. I hope you use, one of the 50 insurance companies that do insurance defense on behalf of school boards in the state of North Carolina for automobiles. It's what happens. They have their pool of guys that they know who do it well and quick and know their billing rules and get it done for you fast and in a hurry. And that's one of the benefits of using an insurance company, is that they've got the ability to settle quickly because it's beneficial for everybody.
I have nothing more.
All right, so what is the pleasure of the board at this time?
You have a motion and a second now.
I do not have
Oh,
a motion.
Oh,
I
okay,
don't think there's a motion on it.
okay.
I make a motion, we go with Siri Insurance Company for our legal our insurance services with all coverage, errors and omissions all the way to whatever the last one. Cyber security, cyber assault.
All right, Mr. George has made the motion. Do we have a second?
Just for reference, everybody out there, that is a humongous number, but there's coverage for everything in this policy.
It's like 10 insurances.
And Mr. George, as you say that, I just, as we're trying to get the word out, we are no longer a small school district. You're paying for things, I mean, we're getting to the top 30% in size for school districts in the state of North Carolina. And I think that's what the public really needs to understand, is you're gonna see us have to become more professional, buy more professional services to deal with this and manage this. Because, I mean, we're hoping that the funding can keep up, or catch up, and it's not keeping up. The requirements of what the public wants and what services people want and what they expect to see in a district this size.
And it covers 11 lines of insurance is what it does. I mean, it's a lot of insurance.
Everything.
Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
All right, Ms. Burns is seconding. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so moved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Remediation of South Topsail Elementary Sewer Filter Pit.
Good evening, board members. With moving the South Topsail Elementary School to Republic Sewer Service, it's now time to clean the old filter pit out and have it returned to its natural state so that it meets EPA standards. We took bids on that. Go bid was from Lewis Farms Liquid Waste. Amount of the bid was $65,000, and it should be paid out of the Hurricane Florence refunds. I asked that the board approve $65,000 be paid to Lewis Farms to remediate and return the sand filter pit and sewer plant at South Topsail Elementary School to its natural state.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve remediation of the South Topsail Elementary School sewer filter pit to meet EPA standards in the amount of $65,000.
Ms. Burns has made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. George is seconding. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, I know that it talks about next for the comments, report from the superintendent, and then we go into closed session, but the supplement, the 1% supplement amendment that we made, can we not go ahead and talk about that now? Because that's not something we would need to address after closed session.
Absolutely.
Are you okay with that?
I would recommend we do a motion to move it, because we did put it in a specific
Okay,
spot.
so we did, and I thought about that, and I thought, oh, wait a minute, we
Madam
probably.
Chair, can I make a motion to move 1% supplement increase to 21A?
Mr. George has made the motion that we move it. Do we have a second?
A second.
Ms. Burns is seconding. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moved. All right, now we can talk about it. All right. Dr. Hill, would you just like to briefly go over, or Ms. Chestnut?
No? I mean, I'm not saying no to you.
Oh,
I know.
everybody over here heard
Don't
it.
say no to the board chair.
Everybody out there heard it.
Okay, what would you like me to go over?
Basically, generally, the chairman, not your lady, we, basically have looked at, how we could maybe come out. I know we generally started talking about a bonus, but we felt like as a board that it would be better if it was something that would address people's cost of living. We understand all the work that people put in this year. We also understand what's happening around us in the region, with salaries moving up as far as supplements. So the board wished to move that bonus towards a 1% increase, and that would be a long-term benefit to families as well as in retirement, things like that. So we understand Pender County is trying to catch up. We're growing really fast. And at this point, finance believes that we could pull this off based on the fact we are getting a few more federal dollars this year. And the county is working with us so much. They're collaborating with us so well right now, and we do appreciate them. And so over the next 2 or 3 years with the federal money help, and when it dies out, we hope to have that chipped away to cover that 1% from now on. And that's kind of how it's working.
So basically what that means is for the teacher and principal supplements, they'll go from 8 to 9%. And for everybody else, it'll go from 2 to 3%. That's what it breaks down to.
And we're trying to
Beginning
move,
July 1.
and those non-certifieds, we're trying to move them 1%
I
in
know.
the budget year
That's
until they
great.
catch up.
Yeah,
So-
but I will say they are so appreciative of having a supplement. I will just tell you that. They really are. Does a lot for morale.
Before we move into making the motion, Mr. Smith and Mr. George, I know you both made comments earlier. We're talking about it in the cow. And do you two remember what you said earlier, that you'd like to just tag on to what you were saying earlier about I know you were talking about how important the raise part is, and you were talking about all the hard work that everyone's done this year, Mr. Smith. I don't know if you want to speak to that real quick while the green light's on.
I'm just saying, I mean, what I've already said about, and the 1%, it's not even a cost of living, addition, so I do support it. And at this time, I wish we could do more, and hopefully in the future we can. And so I do, hope the board will go along with this.
Mr. George?
I concur. We had talked about, as a board, we had been bouncing around bonuses. The other counties were doing bonuses, and bonus is a one-time thing. You get it and it's gone. Half the time don't even get half of what your bonus was. So I felt like the 1% supplement increase will go a little farther. I mean, it carries you through. It goes towards a retirement. I mean, it's there to stay. It's a lasting bonus, and we appreciate everything that's gone on the past 3 years, really, that our staff's had to endure and continues to endure. It's been rough, and I know we don't appreciate it enough sometimes. Don't up here we do. Like Mr. Smith said, 1% is not much, but it's more than we got for several years in a row. I remember when we were way behind the other counties, and we had finally caught up, and now I guess New Hanover County's going and mess that up again. So it's like the school budget in New Hanover County is more than the whole county budget for Pender. They got a $121 million school budget. We got a $21 million school budget. So, thank you. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it helps.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. We approve the 1% supplement increase for all employees.
Mr. George has made the motion. Do we have a second?
It's my honor to second that motion.
Mr. Smith has made the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. All right. At this time, it looks like comments from board members, and then we move into the report superintendent, and then we'll go into closed session. Of course, we have something to say. I'm just gonna start real quick. We have a meeting before our meeting. It's called a committee of the whole, and it's where we just talk about items that might have come up, or just little things that we just talk about just to hash out some things here and there, and hear from others, like other directors that might just come present little things to us that don't necessarily need to be on the agenda. And today, we had some very interesting conversations, and one of those topics was CRT, and that's one of the reasons I asked, especially if you were interested in staying, to please do so. Mr. McPherson, I'm just going to turn it over to you, because I would kind of like for you to address just quickly,
Sure.
okay, if possible.
He's got the letter too. He's got the letter from DPI.
Yeah, I think you should start with Dr. Hill.
Okay, so Dr. Hill, if you would start, please.
So we addressed it with DPI and asked specifically for a statement concerning the critical race theory comment, and if the pleasure needs to begin this statement and get down to it. It says we appreciate your question about the adopted K-12 social studies standards. The social studies team does not discuss, review, or utilize critical race theory with our writing or review teams in the development of any of the new standards. It was never a lens or directive throughout the process. We were directed by the State Board of Education to explicitly include more diverse perspectives in the standards in July. And this statement came from the Assistant Director of K-12 Standards, Curriculum and Instruction, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson, would you like to piggyback on that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So there is a bill that is currently in House rules. Let me double check that really quickly to make sure. No, it is in Senate rules. Sorry. It is House Bill 324. It's called Ensuring Dignity and Non-Discrimination in Schools. The bill that is passed the House and is now in the Senate would prohibit public school units like the Pender County Schools from doing several things. And the purpose of this bill explicitly is to prohibit the teaching of several things related to critical race theory. And I'm going to read off really quickly, Madam Chair, a list of the things that would be prohibited if this bill passes. And we have reason to believe that it will, considering it's passed the House and is now in the Senate. It is a prohibition from public schools from promoting the following concepts. One race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex. An individual solely by virtue of his or her race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive when whether consciously or unconsciously. An individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of his or her race or sex. An individual's moral character is necessarily determined by his or her race or sex. Individuals solely based on his or her race or sex bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. And any individual solely by virtue of his race or sex should feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress. The belief that the United States is a meritocracy, is racist or sexist, or was created by members of a particular race or sex to oppress members of another race or sex. So this is the bill that is currently sitting in Senate rules, but like I said, I have every reason to believe that House Bill 324 will become law at some point, but that is being strongly pushed by leadership in both the House and Senate, is my understanding.
Representative Smith from Pender County was one of the co-sponsors of that House bill.
I'm almost certain you were right. Yes, he was. He was one of the co-sponsors.
So as we discussed earlier in our meeting, that this is a hot topic all around the state. We haven't seen the new standards. We don't know what's in the new standards. So it's hard to comment or critique something that you have really no idea what it's going to be until you see them. I guess we'll find out in August or July what state board approves and sends down through DPI to us.
It's my understanding that teachers have already been sent to DPI training for this particular CRT.
I can't address you personally, but I will say that we have policies that cover what our teachers teach, the curriculum, and there is a grievance policy that if a teacher's teaching outside of that curriculum, then the parent, student, or community member that knows the details can file a grievance starting with a principal and work your way through the whole chain of command all the way up to the board chair, to the board. He's part of that chain of command.
My understanding was the superintendent and principals in this community that sent the teachers to DPI for training already.
No, I can't speak to that, but that is not true
I know you
either.
say no, but that's exactly what I was told. Exactly.
Well, we will follow up on that. That's why I wanted you to stay, if at all possible, just so we could give you an overview of what we know. It's not that we're ignoring, it's not that we're pushing, we don't have a lot of information at this time. So if you let us just gather all that, we'll get more information out there to you if you'd like for us to.
And we do need to investigate. I'm sorry I lost my cool, but the pile up in this room was incredible with people disappointed. And I've been speaking to y'all, honestly, I have been speaking to y'all, and I really don't ever get any feedback. And I didn't expect them to either. I truly didn't. And it's no disrespect, but we have a job to do. I have a job to do, and so do you all. And you need to ask questions, and you need to research, and you need to be prepared when you come here to answer those questions. We're very concerned people, very concerned about our children going to school, coming home indoctrinated. It's a very serious subject, so every little decision you make affects our lives. And if you're
Thank you,
making a
ma'am.
decision
We appreciate
you're
it.
educated on,
Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you. Moving on to board comments. Ms. Rose, do you have anything?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to piggyback onto that a little bit. I've been getting a lot of community members constituency who have called me about the concerns about indoctrination, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted it put on the agenda. And I just want everyone to know that we hold our teachers to a very high standard. And I've already sent one investigation to Dr. Hill. It was investigated and dealt with. And I feel very comfortable in knowing that anytime that I do see anything that might be questionable, I have no problem sending it to our superintendent, and I have confidence in that.
Thank you, Pat.
I will also put I'm not typically Debbie Downer, so I am gonna bring up one happy thing that has happened in the past month, and that's the fact that we had graduation for all of our high schools this month. I cannot tell you how happy I was. I went to Pender Early College graduation and Topsail High graduation, and thank God there was no rain. And it was a good day overall. We got to see everybody's smiling faces, and I'm proud of what Pender County Schools has done this year. And this was just the cherry on top, was graduation. So again, thank everyone who made that possible, and for all the parents who I know put in a whole lot of work to get those kids across the finish line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
I want to thank all the teachers and the staff that did such a good job at graduation, like Beth said. Very impressive, and it was good to see all those children. The only last thing I wanted to say is, on a personal note, I carry 2 cards in my wallet, and the reason why I carry these 2 cards is a reminder of why we're doing what we're doing. And one is a Thelma Douglas Bryant Library card from Wallace. I was a little boy, and my grandparents raised me. I'm the first person in my family to even go to college, and they made sure that reading was something that didn't just happen during the school year. And so whenever I pull out this old library card from Wallace, where I live with my grandparents, it makes me think about that. And so I encourage the parents and grandparents, even though it's easier just to let summer be a time of relax and fun, still try to find 20 minutes a day. And it's very easy to get your Pender County library card. I went there today, and if you haven't been in a while, you'll see all those renovations, and they've got a new director, and they're doing a great job over at the Pender County Library. So I encourage you to get your kids and grandkids reading at least 20 minutes a day. My wife and I, y'all know, we have a 1-year-old Lincoln, and it's funny, I didn't really see the need of it, but I do now. Since he's been born, my wife's been reading to him every night, these little books. And now if she doesn't pull them out, he has a little fit, because he wants, at a year old, he wants to hold that book. And so hopefully more families can do that, and it won't cost them a thing. So let me just encourage our grandparents and parents to make reading a priority this summer.
Thank you. Mr. George?
I too want to thank everybody for the hard work that was done last school year and graduations. We attended 4 of them. Chair, and Saturday was a whirlwind day, literally a whirlwind day. Superman over there saved the diplomas that Patty Trassett blew off the stage. It was a very breezy day. It was enjoyable. It was great to see all the families and students be able to celebrate this year. Hope everyone has a quiet summer. I know there's some that's still working through the middle of July in the school, teaching students. We wish them well, and they'll get a short summer break. Hopefully they'll be able to relax for a few weeks. Thank y'all.
I'd just like to piggyback. Of course, I've already said that about graduation, but you know what's really cool about graduation is probably my favorite part of the year is all of them are different. All 4 of them were very, very different, and that's what makes them so unique and so interesting. But I think the fact is, and it took me back to when my son graduated in 2009, is to see the faces of the parents. And we forget that you guys are the reasons that these kids are where they are. Yes, they worked, don't get me wrong, but we also know as parents the hard work that we put into our kids day in and day out, and I do thank you. I also would like to say a very special thank you to all of you who attended tonight. You know, we don't have to like what each other says, but we can agree to disagree, but we have to listen to what each other says. And every one of you that spoke tonight, you said something very valuable. And it's very obvious that you're very passionate about what you believe in and very passionate about the children of Pender County Schools. So I do appreciate that, and I continue to be advocates for our children. None of you were not hurt. I can guarantee you that. If you saw me, I was writing down notes just as hard as I could. And we'll all look into that. We'll all think about that and ponder on that. So thank you again for all of you who came tonight, especially those of you who drove all the way from Hampstead. We appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Hill?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to mention, we've been working closely with NC Papa. I know you're familiar with that organization back in the day, but they've started a district leadership program, and we've been trying to get our principals involved a couple of years. Not so much this year. It's just a good place for them to leave for a day and go sit down with a group of other professionals and talk about what's going on. They also get a lot of education out of it. It's a year-long commitment. And this year, even though she didn't get to do that, it was more virtual, but Ms. Godwin actually just graduated June 3rd from that program. So we didn't have her on the awards thing, but we just want to shout out to her that she did a good job with that. And also the Pender Education Partnership, Ms. Burns attended that, won a couple of baskets. Yeah, so that was Friday. They actually were, for those people who don't know about that, that's actually the partnership that supports the school system as far as trying to give teachers grants, they give scholarships to kids. We're very much handcuffed with a lot of our abilities to do things with a lot of government oversight, a lot of rules, state, federal, and local. And so the partnership is actually just a nonprofit that supports the school system and supports teachers and kids. They raised their goal was $10,000. They actually overshot that and actually came home with $12,000+ dollars. So that was phenomenal. So we'll probably have them out next month. They can come over. I do have a little bit of sad news is that some of you may know Mr. Kojaki, EC teacher over at High Trash High School, passed. He actually was at Pender High School and was one of the original staff members at High Trash High School when they actually opened it.
He did his internship, just so you know, at Topsail Elementary in '96, I don't know, I was assistant principal there, and he was one of our interns we had, and he and his wife actually met through Pender County Schools, so it was a really cool, and it's very, very, very sad. He has battled Lou Gehrig's, correct, for the last 3 years, so.
And I've got to get your signature on it, but I would think that we would want to, you're going to start seeing these pop up. So for those who don't know, we have a great relationship with UNC Wilmington. And so basically we signed 3 years so far that we've been working with them on an agreement. And basically we do a lot of internships. We get a lot of our kids, we get a lot of our new teachers who come out and do a lot of PD with us and things like that. So it's time for that again. We were blessed to have some banners. We'll hang this one up here. So that we do just a lot of work with our higher ed community as well. So we'll try to get them out, talk to you a little bit more about the program. So that's where your student teachers come from, things like that.
Anything else? Okay.
Oh, sorry, he didn't text me. Teacher of the Year is June 17th, retirement June 24th, both at High Trash, right? Yes. So
You
June
gonna send us something
17th.
on
You
that
probably
one?
got a list from Beth too.
All right, good.
She's supposed to be sending you a list of year, the month of all
Right.
things.
All right. Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Madam Chair, the Pender County Board of Education will enter into closed session subject to the advice from their attorney pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-31811A1A6 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information under General Statute 115C-319 and consider matters relating to initial employment of an individual employee. The board will also go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-31811A3 to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege, to consider confidential student matters as provided in North Carolina General Assembly Statute 143-31811A1 and the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C.G. 123G and North Carolina General Statute 115C-402.
All right. Mr. George has made the motion to go into closed session. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Burns is second, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you all.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Have a motion to come out of closed session. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns is seconding. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. This time, we're going into the student list, enter, exit Pender County Schools.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the Pender County Board of Education approve the release of the 18 students who have been accepted to CTEC for this current upcoming school year.
Pending, is there anything pending with that?
Well, during our discussion, I guess we can say, but that's the motion is to approve those 18, and I'm sure all of us have a statement or thought maybe about that.
All right, Mr. Smith's made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns is seconding. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Further discussion?
Madam Chair, I just want to let people know that Pender County hasn't had an MOU with CTEC since the beginning of CTEC. And it kind of makes us look bad that we're the ones denying it when we really didn't know we had students there to release. So this was an eye-opener this year when we found out that we had students that were assigned to Pender County schools that were going to CTEC that wasn't properly released to go in the past. And so by law, we have to release those students. So this is a step in that direction. We're hoping that we can work out an MOU with CTEC in the future before next year to straighten some of these issues out.
All right. Okay. Any other comments, discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to also say that the reason why those letters were sent out, just like Mr. George said, that we were following our policies, and that not realizing that CTEC had gone around and really created a new policy that we were unaware of. And so in the future, our working relationship needs to be more transparent instead of just a one-sided relationship, because it's benefited one group more than the other. And I hope that CTEC can see that we have that we are allowing these students to go, but it's because we have sympathy for what they've come and said also. But CTEC has to understand that in the future it's got to be done correctly.
That's correct. And I hope, oh, go ahead.
CTEC even has a statement on their website that says that you can't attend CTEC unless you're New Hanover County. You can't attend a New Hanover County school unless you're a New Hanover County resident or a New Hanover County employee, schools employee. So, I mean, they knew.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Burns, you have anything to add?
No, I concur with statements given by Mr. Smith and Mr. George.
All right, moving right along, brings us to the Human Resource Report and Addendum. Do we have a motion? Are we gonna make a motion per changes that we have made?
As revised.
As revised. So we need to have a motion made based on the revised HR report and addendum.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the revised HR report and addendum as presented.
Okay, Mr. Smith has made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. George is seconding. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We also need to go right back and amend the agenda based on an item 17, well, not really 17, but it was the proposed 21-22 Board of Ed meeting schedule coming up. We voted on it, but per further discussion have realized that there's really no need to have a July meeting, so we need to amend a motion to amend the agenda.
That's correct.
As presented.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we amend the agenda as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have to approve again the consent agenda?
You
Yes.
certainly, you certainly could do it that way, or you could simply address item number 17.
Okay.
My understanding of Ms.
Just-
Burns' motion was to just pull out 17 and let's reevaluate.
Okay, so, based on the vote, we're gonna look at item 17, proposed 21-22 Board of Education meeting schedule. Do we have a motion that we remove the July meeting?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we remove the July meeting.
And Ms. Burns has made the motion. Do we have a second?
And approve the schedule as amended.
And approve the schedule as amended.
Thank you.
Ms. Burns has made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
George is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved.
And I'd like to say, if we do have to have a meeting, I believe all of us, we could do a conference. If it is an emergency situation, we can meet.
Yes.
We do have a 29th meeting.
Yes, well, we know that, yes. Okay, at this time, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do we have a Ms. Burns has made the motion. We have a second?
Second.
Mr. George is